Hello, Dr. Kim So-ben. Is he already in the meeting room?
Yeah, all the team leaders, he joins. Yeah, he
Okay.
is one in the meeting room, our university meeting room.
Okay. So
Yeah, I think you
we
can start.
Okay. Already, yeah, we passed 9 o'clock Cambodian time, 11 o'clock Japanese time. So we will start today's training.
But with all the
So first of all, by the way, can you see the agenda I'm sharing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first item for today's training is opening remark. I want to invite Professor Kim So-ben. Okay, can you make opening remark, please?
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Dr. Sothon, Dr. Inada, Mr. Furuya, and Mr. Sato. Dear distinguished participants of the trainings, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, on behalf of Royal University of Agriculture and myself, I would like to warmly welcome our distinguished guest professor and researcher from Asian Airseaway Co. Ltd, leader of JICA short-term expert team. Before taking deeper about the National Forest Inventory trainings, I would like to take this opportunity to describe briefly about Royal University of Agriculture and Center for Agricultural and Environmental Study. The Royal University of Agriculture was formed in 1964. Unfortunately, it was closed during 1975 to 1979 due to civil war. The university has started again in 1980 and become leading agriculture university in Cambodia, which has a vision to progressively achieve an internationally level and quality in education, research, and extension of agriculture, related sector, and sustainable use of natural resources. Our mission is contribute to development of agriculture and related sector and to sustainable use of natural resource by providing higher education program, research, and extension in lines with national and international development issues and job market need. Center for Agricultural and Environmental Study is one established in 2009, and the center is leading center for research and implementation of projects related to climate change, sustainable land management, natural resource, wetland, and also forestry sector. With this regard, our university and center try to build the collaboration among stakeholders, both national and international, to push our research capacity to be qualified and recognized by our university partner and also internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, this training on national forest inventories and field manual with support by JICA is very important in order to enhance the national research collaboration and sharing the scientific result of the National Forest Inventory statistic and also carbon pool in Cambodia and support UN REDD program, especially greenhouse gas emission and also monitoring, reporting, and certification team. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Professor Sothorn and Asian Air Surveyco Ltd, leader of JICA SWOT team expert team, support team, and all US staff for facilitate this, making this training happen. Last but not least, I wish all of you have fruitful days and best wish of longevity and health, wealth, and prosperity, and join together and again with COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim So-bem. I appreciate your words and comments and your contribution for this survey. Okay, so next item today's agenda is introduction of participants and the trainer. We have many participants today. So there are 5 team leaders from RUA University, Royal University of Cambodia, and also several participants from FA, and also several from MOE. Sorry, I cannot mention all participants because today is limited time. And also, I think we have a participant from a JICA expert team. And so now we have around 31 participants. So just a few minutes, can you show us your face by clicking Zoom video camera? Everyone, can you show us your face just a few minutes? Then we won't close the camera for after this time. 화면 켜요. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining today's training. I think someone hiding behind camera. Okay. Thank you very much. So from now on, to reduce the amount of data transformation, I want to everyone please close the video camera, and I'm going to share our presentation. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. Could you close your video camera? Thank you very much. Can you see this presentation, outline of the project? Yeah. So, can you see this presentation? Full screen?
Yeah. We can see your share screen. Okay.
Okay.
Start. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I want to introduce our project. So this forest survey is part of project activities. So I want to introduce project first. So title of the project is Project for National and Subnational Capacity Development for Sustainable Natural Resources, Resource Management. So we are focusing on not only national level, and also we are focusing on subnational level capacity development. That is for sustainable natural resource management. And the overall goal is deforestation, forest degradation, and reduce through formulation, implementation of related policies and key measures for strengthening protected area management and sustainable forest management. Overall goal, usually we assume can be achieved after 3 to 5 years after the project is finished. And the next one is project purpose, which must be achieved within this project period, which is 3 years. And project purpose is national and subnational government staff in charge of protected area management and sustainable forest management is equipped with necessary skills and knowledge for sustainable natural resource management. And project period is 3 years, starting from October 2020 to October 2023. And our implementation agency is MOE Jidan CP and MAF FA. And also provincial government, Santorin Department of Environment, DOE, and Department of Agriculture, DOA, FA cantonment. なってない。And this is our target area, Santorin. It's not full screen. Let me check. Sorry, I think you are not seeing the full screen presentation.
Yes,
So,
yes. Could you go for a full screen, please?
Yeah. これを外すか。そっちでも見てます。そしたら、個別に見るならこれいらないから。
こちらは見えてます。
あ、見えてる？今、フルスクリーンになりました、三塚さん。
なってますね。今、アウトラインです。
はい。
Yes.
Okay. So there are several activities in the project. I'm not explaining detail, but we are, so our first survey is part of 132, assisting enhancing National Forest Monitoring System, NFMS. So for one of these activities is a forest inventory survey. And this is a structure of expert team. So we are short expert 6 people for short expert team, and also we have long-term expert of JICA, and we are cooperating with FFPRI also in Japan, and also working with local consultants in Cambodia. So this diagram showing NFMS structure. So one of MRV function, we are doing data management also. And also measurement, MRV functions, there are measurement, reporting, verification functions. And in measurement function, there's a national forest inventory. So this is very important inventory activity for contributing MRV in National Forest Monitoring System in Cambodia. Okay, so I'm finishing introduction of the project. Then I'm moving to next slide. Just a few minutes, wait. Okay, I'm going to talk about forest inventory survey methodology, which is based on Field Manual for National Forest Inventory of Cambodia, 2017.
Can you see presentation? Can you see the presentation now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can see now.
So as I said, this survey is going to be carried out based on the already made National Forest Inventory Manual and the sampling design. Then implementation schedule is like this. So in the beginning, we wanted to start from April or May, but because of this COVID situation, our expert couldn't go to Cambodia. Also, there's some restrictions. So we are hoping to start from November this year. So up to November, we have preparation period. And also we will conduct, before survey, we will conduct pre-inventory. Then field survey will be starting from November up to January. Then after that, data entry start and the report making, also biomass analysis. So, and also reporting, the reporting schedule already here. And this table showing outline of forest inventory. So total number of clusters, 120 clusters. I think almost all you know about cluster and plot. But if you don't know, we will explain later on about cluster and plot. So survey period already I mentioned. And the survey team will be 5 teams. And one team, each team has 5 persons. And we are hoping one team conduct 1 cluster, means 3 plots every day. Also target area is Stan Trem province. And target biomass will be 5 carbon pools, 5 kinds of biomass, above ground, below ground biomass, dead wood, return soil. And measurement biomass analysis later will explain those items. Okay, also showing the procedure of forest inventory. So first, you have to extract survey points. Actually, our experts already done this extraction survey points, but we have to, agree and also share the information before starting inventory and check the access road. As you know, some areas of Stan Trem is very remote, so there may be no road accessed by vehicles. So you have to check the road beforehand. And before going, if possible, as much as possible, you have to collect information hopefully from local persons or people in Santorin province. And survey team should prepare equipment, of course, food and water. And then you're going to the site with map, vehicle, equipment. Equipment will be explained later. And first survey will be conducted. And also we are going to compose a QA/QC team. And later on, Dr. Sotan are going to explain a little bit about this. And QA/QC team will check the errors on site after survey team finished the field work. And data entry start after coming back from Pen. And other, desk work will start after that in RUA. So this diagram showing measuring parts. Above ground biomass could be measured by height. And we are expecting every 5 trees to measure the height. And we are using a predetermined equation. And below ground biomass will be estimated from above ground biomass. There's one equation, published equation already. And that would going to be measured in each plot, or that would must be measured in each plot. And the RITA, there's points for RITA sampling. So from those sampling points, you have to collect RITA, then you measure the weight. Detail going to explain later. And soils also, there's some sampling point of soil. So each cluster, there's 3 samples must be collected. Also detail going to explain later. And this is survey organization. So shows there are 3 persons responsible for this survey. So there's a team leader, Mr. Furia. Below that, Mr. Sato and myself, Inada. And the university team chief leader is Professor Kim Soben. And there are 5 team leaders, and also we have 30 field staff. And QA/QC team is going to work separately. And this is a summary of survey and survey sheet. There are many kinds of survey sheets, so just summarize which survey sheet is going to be used for data collection, which data. So for example, there's a survey sheet F1 in the field manual. That's going to be used for cluster data, for the basic information. And for example, F2 is used for plot information. And F3 also plot information and the LUVS data. LUVS is land use vegetation, survey data. And F4A and F4B and F5 going to be used for tree sampling. And the F6 is used for stump and fallen deadwood. And bamboo, for bamboo, F7 is used. And for soil sampling, F8 and litter sampling, F9 are going to be used respectively. Okay. And also, this is a summary of survey forms. So if you see, can you see this laser pointer? So more than 30 centimeters DBH trees must be measured for all plots. Even in small plots, these trees must be measured. And for example, more than DBH 50 centimeters, they are measured from middle to small plots. plots in radius areas. This diagram I'm going to show later. And 5 centimeter DVH must be measured. For example, radius 5.64, radius 2.82, radius 1.13 meters, and so on. Okay. And this table showing the equipment going to be provided by a project site. So there's a GPS and also Bartex. This is electrical instrument, and Mr. Sato going to show later. And also diameter measuring tape, 5 meter and 2 meters, and measuring tape 50 meters, and Sunto tandem clinometer compass that is going to be used for to measure the height, also angle of the slope, and also can be used for compass to see the north or south, east, west. And calipers, small one, is provided for measuring this small climb trees, seedlings or saplings. And also soil sampling cylinder are going to be provided to measure the weight. Soil sampling cylinder. The scale is going to be used for measuring the weight. Soil sampling cylinder is going to show later on the picture. And the waterproof bag also, and the color tape. And Ricoh seater also provided by project. And by our contractor, Royal University, is going to provide those equipment. And food and water provided. So this is very important items for field survey. And camp equipment, first aid kit, flashlight, and so on. I'm going to mention that the batteries, I think maybe you are going to provide rechargeable batteries. So please don't forget to recharge every day after the field work. Sometimes people forget it. Then if there's no battery, you cannot work properly in the field. And also boots, maybe even in November, there's some small rain. So please don't forget for rain, don't forget the raincoat and boots and so on. Okay. So I'm showing the picture of equipment which used for previous survey. So some of them are not going to be provided, but some of them are same one. This is GPS, and this is Bartex, and this is 50 meters measuring tape, and this is 5 meters measuring for DBH measurement. And we are going to provide a pink color tape. I think enough for 120 clusters and so on. And also color spray. I'm going to explain later how we're going to use this color spray. So. Okay. So these white points are the selected cluster points. We selected 133 clusters in Santoren province. Then according to the conditions and also maybe accessibility, we are going to discuss with RUF which point going to be selected, and totally 120 clusters must be selected from this one. And between plots, between clusters, 6 kilometers each cluster. And this selected cluster point going to be uploaded to GPS. So you can use GPS to go to the point of cluster. Now I'm going to change presenter to Mr. Sato. So far, any questions?
Just excuse me.
Yes, okay.
I just want to clarify with the litter collection. So could you please explain about that? I saw it have 4 sample size that we will collect for the litter sampling. So could you please explain about which location we could make it? Yeah.
Yes. About the sampling of Rita, we are going to explain to the end of this presentation. So you can get to know later.
Okay, okay.
Okay, detail going to explain which points going to be selected.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Sato going to explain about this one.
So please, see this table, and you can see the data sampling F9 mentioned the outside. It means so inside cluster, but the outside plot mean. And so later I will explain the detail of sampling of data. It's okay.
Yeah, I already checked in the I9.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah, sorry. And
Yeah, okay.
so, yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Excuse me, may I ask a question? I'm Vanna from Forestry Administration.
Okay, please.
Can I ask? Yeah, okay. Regarding to the shape or the shape of the plot, I saw your presentation. You will use a circle shape. Why you don't use rectangular shape to apply in our forest type is more better than a circular plot?
Yes. We understand there are 2 methods of plots in Cambodia, rectangular and also circular.
Yeah.
And because we are using Vertex equipment, then when we have a Vertex equipment, from our experiences, this is circular plot is much easier to make than rectangular plot.
Yeah, I agree. But when we go to the evergreen forest, sometimes difficult to bring along with the high technology or equipment. So when we apply in the field, sometimes it's difficult for us. More of the people here, they familiar with the rectangular plot and easy to allocate allocate plot in the field. But circular plot by using modern equipment, sometimes limited other staff who can apply very well in the field.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Let us. We're going to explain how to make a circular plot later. Then we accept your questions, and or we need to discuss about this issue.
Yeah.
How about okay?
And may I continue my second question?
Yes. Okay.
Regarding to the transportation, how can we access to the cluster plot? Because the distance from cluster to cluster is 6 kilometer by 6 kilometer. So I think it spend more time to traveling by walk or by some kuyon or motorbike or etc. So I think when you want to get the yield of year or the one cluster per day, I think sometimes difficult to get one cluster of one team one day.
Yeah.
Because we had to travel, at least we spend half day or one day, something like almost one day sometimes.
Yeah, I understand. Understand when there's some difficulties to access. Yeah, it may take 2 days maybe to finish one cluster, or well, maybe 3 days. So in general, but some clusters may be near to the road or very easy access. So
Yeah.
in general, I'm saying just 1 day, one cluster. And also we have some period of survey, and we have 5 teams. So within this period of survey, we don't mind, how many days for each team to take. So this is probably RUA going to coordinate how teams going to dispatch in the field, and how many plots going to be finished.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any more questions about presentations so far?
I think thank you for Mr. Samratmana asked the question. I think RUA will be discuss more detail before we go to the field. So we will hire like a hand tractor is go from one cluster to other cluster, I think. But we will discuss detail before our conduct field survey. Thank you, Dr. Samratmana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sobano, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so any more questions about presentation? Oh.
So yeah, excuse me, Nada-san. Can I say something about the presentation number 9? Yeah. So sorry. Let me revise the table. So F5 sheet is not for for R3 or R4 subplot. So yeah, it means so R5 form is only so the DBH above the 5 centimeter trees. Okay. So yeah, also so please let us to send correct the versions presentation data this training. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, from this presentation, Mr. Sato going to explain to you.
Well, thank you, Inada-san. And let me introduce myself as short. So I'm Sato, and in charge of the forest inventory with Dr. Inada-san in the project. And so unfortunately, my dispatch in the March was canceled. So because of the COVID-19, and then I've never been to Cambodia. Yeah. But so let me explain so how to measure each measurement object from here. And then this presentation shows survey unit specification or circular plot design. Also, so Inada-san already explained so like this. So F1 format is for cluster, and F2 and F3 and F4 form is for plot information like that. So please use the correct format for the correct measurement object, and also for the correct target area. Target or subplot or the main plot like this. Okay, please next. So this presentation shows the cluster design and the plot design. So left side shows the cluster design, and each cluster has 3 plots, and then so cluster has a starting point. So we should start at this point. So it means so first of all, you will reach this point by the GPS receiver. And then so after that, you can make the plot like right side. It's a circular form. Yeah. And then so we will create the nested plot structure in the plot. So it means that so some circles are included in the main plot. So a large radius is around 22 meters, and it's for the main plot. And the smaller one is so subplot 1. Radius is around 12 meters. And the third plot, it's green circular. And then so radius is around 5.5 meters. And also we should set the another 2 small circular plots. One is the so R3 subplot. This is for sapling. And another small circular plot, it should be for the seedling, object measurement of seedlings. Okay, and then the the left side figure shows us between the plot to plot is 100 meters. We should get the next plot by the horizontal 100 meter. Okay. Okay, so from here, I will explain by each format. And then so first one is the F1 form. This is for the cluster information. The form is a right side sheet like that. We will use this sheet for the collecting the correct cluster information. Okay, and then this is the recording items in the F1 forms. So that sheet, divided by the almost 5 tables, and the part A is the admin area about, and the part B about the organization and the crew list, and the part C is the equipment used, and the part D is cluster access, and part 5 is follow up raw data like that. And then And from F1, we can be pre-record some data in advance as follows: cluster number, stratum code, soil and litter sampling cluster, yeah, and also province and so on. If some data is still not sure, then keep it blank and complete afterward in the field. Some exact data must be recorded in the field, like accessibility code and UTM, yeah, like so GPS data, and yeah, start time and the type to of return and so on. And yeah, ごめんなさい、もう一個だけ。Sorry. And the F1 form also have the empty box. So it's for the drawing a sketch. So this is intended for a general drawing of key landmarks like river, lake, roads, yeah, and so on. Different characteristics of land use or vegetation. Yeah. And the sketch does not need it to be the drawn in any particular scale. It only represents the relative spatial appearance. Okay. Thank you. And then the next. And then so this slide, I would like to explain how to use the GPS. So yeah, when survey using GPS equipment, the following points should be noted. First one, the sample plot coordinates should be imported to GPS receiver as waypoint to before visiting the cluster. Please don't forget. So in advance this preparation. And from 2 to 4 is attention for the using GPS in on-site. Number 2, please start the receiver in advance, like when driving to the site. And number 3, so please use the average function of the GPS receiver. So it's easier for me to get the more accurate, how can I say, coordination for the GPS signal. And also, so please note the number 4. The number of supplementary satellites should be 4 or more, at least 4 satellites. You can, you should get use the GPS with. And also, please, so the PDOP, it is a position dilution of the precision should be less than 3. So yeah, these things.
Sorry,
Okay, so yeah, please next. Okay, so yeah, sometimes it is difficult to get the signals from the satellite. The crowded with tree branches and near streams in the valley and cloudy or rain day, it's difficult for us to get the signal by GPS. So yeah, if so that, next slide. So yeah, please move to open space where is not branches in the upper layer and wait for a few minutes by charging directions of the body to catch satellites. Okay, and then the next, so yeah, this presentation shows how to move the plot to plot. So yeah, always measure the long distance 5 meters from plot to plot. So yeah, you can use Vertex. So Vertex can automatically measure the flat distance, horizontal distance. So like this, if the slope angle is 9 degrees or 16%, and then so we can get the flat distance is 100 meters, slope distance will be 101.27 meter, like this. And then the team will use the GPS receiver to locate the center of first plot, and use compass and measure tape to locate the center of second of the third plot. But if there is an obstacle on the direct line between the first and the second plots, or the first and the third plot, for example, due to the thick canopy cover, like that, then team can use the compass and measure horizontal distance from the previous plot. If the start point of the next plot to be reached is not visible along a straight line, so the obstacle must be bypassed using the double perpendicular parallel line. Parallel to the line method that allow the find of the original line, like this. Yes. Okay. Okay. So next, I would like to explain the F2 and the F3 form. This form is for the plot information. Sheet is like light size sheet. Yeah. Okay. And the next slide shows the recording items in the F2 forms. This sheet divided the 4 tables. Part A is about the time and date, and part B is GPS data, and the part 3 is for the accessibility and the slope data, and number 4 is the remarks. Okay, so next, this slide shows the reference object for the plot starting point. Yeah, so first of all, 3 prominent and preferably permanent reference object like log on the non-abundant tree species or largest trees, like, and so on, as fixed point must be identified. These objects should be the 80 or the 130 degrees apart to the F with possible triangulation in the next NFI cycle. And then so the following information is recorded about the reference point, object ID, and type of the object, and the bearing, and also so distance and the tree diameter if you mark the object is a tree. So so GPS points, so left to below side mentioned here. So we already looked if it's difficult to get the GPS signal. So we move to the open area like this. And after that, we should so mark the distance or the bearing from the GPS point to starting point like this. Okay. And then so this slide shows the bearings. The bearings of the point is the number of degrees in the angle measured in the clockwise direction from the north line to the line joining the center of the compass. So if you mark the point A, so this degree from the north line is a 68 degrees, like this. And so you will point up point B. So you should mark the degrees 248 degrees from north line. It is a bearing in the. So this methodology of the measure the bearing is the same in the all of the four. Okay. So next slide shows the photos of the plot. So it's mentioned in the F214. So on each sample plot, 4 pictures will be taken from the center of the plot in all the cardinal directions, starting from the north and then the continuing clockwise. So next is the east and south, and the last one is the west. And the please, team members should add the flip chart, so whiteboard, in the image, and with the following information. So please mention the direction. Yeah, it be must. And also please mention cluster ID and the sample plot ID before taking the photo to show plot identification in the photo. Okay. And then so next one is a recording item in the F34. It's divided to the 4 areas. Pathway is a land use and the vegetation type section. So yeah, you know the LUVS section. And the part B is the undergrowth and the land tenure and the management status, like that. And the part C is about the environment and the biodiversity. And the part D is for forest and tree products or the services. So this kind of information will be filled in the code. So it means that you should bring the code list for the put in the code for each measurement object. Okay. And next, this is so LUV section code. And then in case that the plot falls into the more than one land use vegetation type section, the plot is divided sections representing the homogeneous land use or vegetation type unit with variable size and the shapes that have been identified in the field figure 5. So below figure. And please make a small sketch. Small sketch representing the shared plot with the land use borders will be drawn on the form F2. It's okay. So F2 have the has the sketch area. in the form. And the share is presented as percent of the total plot area for each nested plot. So yeah, below image shows so this plot has the LUVA and LUVB. And then so please mention the each plot of the a percentage. So like the LUVA large main plot divided the 6% and 40% for each LUVA and B. And the next circle, yeah, small one is the subplot one is divided to 70% and 30% for LUVA and B. And so last one, the subplot 2 is, or it's only have the LUVA. So please mention the 100% for the LUVA. Okay. And the next, yeah. Yeah. From here, I would like to explain how to measure the canopy cover rate. We will prepare the LICO sheet. で、見せるのか。あ、そうですか。見えますかね Can you see my video? So this is a sheet made by LICO. And this instrument has the 2 lenses. So yeah, we can get the make 360 degrees image. Next slide. So yeah, if we take the photo, we can make that kind of the image, spatial image with some especially software. And yeah, and then so we can get the white and black image with another software, and then calculate the canopy cover rate. And then so please this slide shows how to get the canopy measurement. And then the canopy cover measurements are implemented at the 5 points on the sample plot. The first at the sample plot center, and the next, and then at cardinal point, north and east, south, west on the subplot 1 line. So yeah, it's 12 meters apart from the sample plot center. And then please get the photo. The photo by theta is taken by the random stand by the stand. Okay. So and this is how to get the canopy rate. Maybe yes. Please let me show demonstrate this software. This software called the Canopon 2. It's developed by the Japanese professor. So just a moment, I will show you. Okay, so this is the interface of the Canopon. And then so first of all, we should set the horizontal line with the image. So brilliant image is the better because so we can get the easily horizontal line of the image. Please set the blue line. So like this, small or large please set the horizontal line. Yeah. And after that, ロードイメージで、いや、ここから、次の森林のイメージ。And then so we can get the road image, like the image of the forest, in the forest. And then so horizontal line already set. So please don't move the blue line this time. And please check the lens type and review angles. Yeah, so is correctly set or not. After that, we can change the image to black and white color. Yeah, so this is the black and white color. And then we can evaluate the icon. So yeah, mean open mentioned here. So this is 60%. But please note it, this figure shows the open space. So and now we should get the canopy density cover. It means we should deduct it from the 100% and deduct it 16%. So maybe 84% is this forest, the canopy density cover rate. Okay, maybe so this software you can also use your laptop, on your laptop. Presentation.これでほぼほぼ説明が終わりますですね。Just a moment, I will back to the presentation. Below left, URL だけ紹介しておきます。Yeah, this is the URL for the Canopon to download. So yeah, kindly download this from this URL. Yeah, and then the next slide is you already know how to use the Canopon, but I showed the how to use with the interface of Canopon like this. So yeah, that's all of my presentation in this section. Thank you.
So I think before going to break, we want to receive some questions for his presentation. Any questions?
Okay, may I have a question? I'm Bana from Forestry Administration.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Okay, please.
Okay, yeah. Regarding to the field form, we have about 9 field form. Last 2 years, we did check with the English to Khmer language. The problem with the English terminology available in the field form, sometimes not applicable to a Khmer content. So we did adjust some already in Khmer language. I want to know, you want to keep the English field form for all staff to the field data collection, or you need in Khmer? Because in Khmer language, we did translation already and we do adjustment some, not the same English one. This is the one question.
Mhm.
And second, regarding to the canopy measurement, we can say the LUV. Through the experience, we difficult to identify what kind of how many percentage of the shifting cultivator, percentage of the forest field in the circular plot. So through the experience, we cannot identify very well about that. And sometimes it may work in the field very slow, not so fast. So my recommendation, some information not so related to the result. Better you do the adjustment some before we are going to the field work. And we do the adjustment, we need to discuss among, I think, or UA or FA or something, or MOE, something like that, with the expert come and sit together and we check one by one, which one we had to continue to record and which one we had to adjust. Even we did adjust some already in the Khmer language manual of forest inventory for Cambodia, we did adjust some already. So this time for applying, so we don't know how we can get the success, the percentage or the successful of data recording, and we collect the data from the field. This is my recommendation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. So first question about the tally sheet, recording sheet, which language going to be used? What do you think, Ms. Dr. Kim So-ben, which language is, I think, of course, Khmer, but what do you think about the language for the recording sheet?
Yeah, I thank you, Dr. Samratwana. I think during the field we will, our team try to translate the field form into Khmer language, but we need also bring together with language, English language together, because all the report will be in English. So we will use both form, I think, in the field, but yeah, we will try, because we use the existing translate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think if you can record both language, also this is good for us because we can also check the recording sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he mentioned also there's some parts already updated, so we will see which part going to be updated. That is, we'll do before field survey start.
Yeah, I think maybe after our finish the training today, we will discuss and find the solution with the updating part. I think Dr. Sothon, he might have the updating part for translation. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
we discuss with him. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And also about the LUV, I understand in the field, this is maybe difficult for field workers to assess how much percentage which vegetation, how much percentage which vegetation. So, but I think QA/QC team also visiting, so they can assess the result of field survey team also.
Yeah.
So, and also, what do you think about your experience? Your team leaders can assess this vegetation cover in the field?
Yeah, we have different method to estimate the LUV. So, but we will follow only the technical that apply in national forest inventory, I think we don't have problem with LUV, but we will make sure during our pre-inventories in the field, so we will find the solution, which technique we should apply for LUV. Yeah, I think because we have another pre-inventory survey before before we conduct the survey. I think, yeah, we will discuss together how to measure LUV, yeah, during that time.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Dr. Savanna, so we will discuss detail how going to assess this coverage
Yeah,
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
field before starting field survey.
yeah.
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 Because we want to make sure all team leader is much clear about how to set up plot, how to measure the data, how to collect the data before we go to the field. Yeah, that is the reason we raise up one activity for free field survey. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other questions for presentation so far? Okay, so before starting next presentation, I want to have a break, 20 minutes. So now in Cambodian time is 10:30. So
Yeah.
please come back 10:50, 10 minutes before 11.
Okay.
Okay. You can connect, continuously connect to Zoom, or you can shut down if you want, as you like. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
លើគេលោកទៀតឯងស្ងាត់ជ្រាប គ្នាយើងទាំងអស់គ្នាឮសំឡេងនេះខាងខ្ញុំអត់ឮសោះ
ខ្ញុំលឺទៅបនសបានលឺ
អូខេឮខ្ញុំឮប៉ុន្តែឮសលេងនិយាយមួយបងឮដល់ពេលហើយ
អូអត់ទេយើងអត់លឺដូចគ្នាហ្នឹង
អញ្ចឹងអរមានតែអត់ឮពីគាត់មក
បាទអត់លឺពីគាត់
គាត់បិទអត់មានប្រាប់យើងស្ងាត់ជើងគាត់បិទ mood ដែរហ្នឹងឃើញគាត់បិទ mood
អូ
start គាត់ start ម៉ោង 10:50 លោក 50 ម៉ោង 10:50
10:50 អីយើងឃើញគាត់ហើចុះហើឡើងចេះឆ្ងល់មក presentation ទៅ
ម៉ោង 10:50
បាទអត់អីទេអូខេ
ចង់សំណូមពរឲ្យគាត់និយាយលឺបន្តិចពេកគាត់និយាយតិចពេកអញ្ចឹងទៅអត់ទៅលឺ
យើងបើកសលេងរបស់យើងយឺតតិចពេកទេអី
អត់អស់ហើយហ្នឹងបើកឡើងកប់ហើយ
យ៉ាង
បាទ
បាទអីចាំសំណុំ
គុណបាទ
ចកាយើងស្ដាប់សលេងក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទអត់សូវលឺគ្នា
យ៉ាងអាចដែរណា
កុំអាទូអា Telegram លោតពើងលឺចូលដែរអត់ពូបិទ mood ទេ
終わりのところまではじゃあ見てきますけど。
ពីតែ silent mode Telegram ទៅវាលែងលឺអានោះ
ដាក់ silent mood ដែរ
បាទ Telegram មកដាក់ silent mode ទៅលោតមិនក៏អត់លឺដែរហ្នឹង
វានៅដំណើរបើវានៅក្នុងអី
ដូចអា setting ណាដូច setting ទៅអត់ខ្ញុំដាក់អញ្ចឹងដែរអត់លឺទេរបស់ខ្ញុំ
あ、その下のやつ選んだと。サブ画面の方ですね。これ、それをそのはい。あ、これでいくか。マイクが入ってる。あ、違うな、私がごめんな。
Hello, everyone. Already back to the meeting.
Yeah.
So we have missing.
Yeah, we will check.
Maybe we had 30 people before, but now we have 37 people. Just wait 1 minute, then we will start.
Okay.
I think missing people are not coming back. So I will start the presentation, next one. And there's one,
Okay, you can start.
one question during the break. They want to have the record. And yes, we are recording now this presentation, so I will share the record later. And also, we have updated our presentation after we sent this morning, so we'll share that updated one later on. Okay. So I'm going to start from this presentation. So this diagram showing the plot largest 21.85 meter. So in this plot, you're going to measure a DBH more than 30 centimeters. And there's a form, F5 form for this plot. So there are parts from like LUV type. How going to measure LUV type percentage we'll discuss later on, as we discussed. And tree number, how many trees and species code and name. And also location from a center point, and DBH. So DBH digits we use 0.0 centimeters. And bore height, what is bore? I'm going to explain later. The height use also 0.0 meter, not centimeters, meter. And also we need to record healthiness, and quality, and origin. Also, sample tree means every 5 trees. For example, number 1, number 6, number 11 trees must be measured with their height. The accuracy is 0.1 meter accuracy. And also the stumps diameter 0.0 centimeters, and stump level height is 0 centimeter. And this diagram shows survey plot design. This is our idea. Maybe we can discuss later how we can improve this one. But I have experience with this designing. In the field, we use 24 sticks or bamboo sticks or wood sticks, and also 1 metal pipes for the center. So each corner for this 8 points for each circular, we put those wooden or bamboo sticks. So before starting, survey, starting measuring DBH or height. So you cannot miss this tree is inside of radius 11.97, or is it included inside of 5.65, 64, something like that. So if we use these sticks, it easily we can see those trees which circular. Trees which is included in which circular. So those 24 sticks you can leave it in the field. Then QA/QC team can pick up those 24 sticks, because some resident may be disturbed after field survey if we leaving those sticks. But this center metal pipe, we leave it. But this metal pipe should be pushed into the under the ground, so local residents cannot see this metal pipe, but we can check it afterwards with surveying equipment. So, and this shows how to include borderline trees. So if the center of the tree is inside of the border, that tree should be included and measure the DBH or height. But if the center of the tree is on the border, you can include every two trees. Only 50% of those border trees can be included. So if this tree is on the center and the next one is on the center, so this one cannot be included. So only 50% of border tree is included for survey. And next slide shows the vertex. This is vertex. We're going to provide you a vertex laser for each team, one for each team. And I'm going to explain how to use it, this vertex. So first of all, you have to take distance from the tree as tree height. For example, this tree is 20 meters. You have to take distance at least 20 meters from the tree, maybe around 25 or something. And you look first of all this point. This called transponder. This I'm showing this equipment transponder. So you put this one on the tree, and you can measure first this transponder distance. Then don't move without moving your head, and you can see the top of the tree. Then you can measure the tree height. So like this. First, see transponder. Then next, see top of the tree. Then you can automatically measure the tree height. And this equipment going to be used also pre-inventory, so you can get to know how to use it. Maybe some of you already used before. And also explain in detail how to use a vertex. And this equipment is a bit different. They have a laser function also, as well as a sonic function. And so maybe, yes, we're going to explain detail on the planimetry survey. So when you measure the tree height, so there's some figures appear on the LCD screen. For example, slope distance, horizontal distance, and height and angle. So what we need to know is height. This one meaning h is tree height. And for measuring height, for example, if ultrasonic waves may not be usable when there are a lot of noise along the rivers and other noises. When there's those noises, you have to use laser one. And also laser also some functions when they cannot use it. So when there's a dense fogs, the laser are not functioning well. So you have to use ultrasonic waves. And the limitation is around 30 meters. So accuracy, if you're moving away from 40 meters or so, the accuracy is going to be less. So the limit, you have to know limitation is 30 meters from the object. And you measure you measure the tree height every 5 trees. And if a tree is standing, on the flat place and the distance from yourself to the tree is almost the same, you don't have to measure all trees. You can estimate, this tree is the same as this tree. It's sometimes happen for a plantation tree. But if there's a slope, you have to measure each tree one by one. I mean, every 5 trees anyway. But if there's a slope, you have to care about the slope. So you have to measure the tree. So I'm saying how many trees to be measured. So I'm saying every 5 trees, every 5 trees. But if there are less than 20 trees, you have to measure all trees. And also, that means you have to select at least 20 trees each plot. And because we want to make an equation, I'm going to explain later. So various diameter classes trees must be measured. And the tree height measurement should be done for healthy trees. And largest diameter trees must be measured always. So this diagram showing how we make the equation tree curve, height curve. So if you measure only, small trees or medium-sized trees, there's some inaccurate, curve, or we cannot estimate small trees from DBH sites. So we want to know many classes of trees. So small trees and big trees must be measured with its height. And I'm going to explain about the ball height and top height, stump height. So this is the top height. Top of the tree is the top height. And ball height is length will stem from the ground level to first point. where log could be used for commercial purposes. So this is before the true crown starts from the ground level to this point. That is ball height. And stamp height is this one. And this is the trees in the buttress is sometimes bigger than the normal tree stems. So this big stump areas is stump height. So we need to know this height. Okay. And for palm trees, palm height is middle of the crown is palm height. And 1.3 is for measuring DBH. And this one showing the height measurement. So we are going to provide this tool, direct measurement pole. You can measure up to 8 meters. And also we are providing clinometer. So when vertex cannot be used properly, or maybe sometimes battery is low, you can use also clinometer to measure tree height. There's an equation how to estimate tree height from the distance and angle. And also, if there's you don't know the distance of the flat distance because of the slope, there's a slope to the tree or object. So you can estimate it from slope, distance, and angle. So, and you measure, you get the cosine, and you use a cosine on, you can estimate the flat distance. And this is showing the height measurement for leaning tree, like this leaning tree. So you have to measure AC. This is the length of a leaning tree. So you have to measure AC and BC. So in the ground, you can measure using measuring tape AC, and you can estimate BC by kilometer of vertex. Then you can get the actual length of AB from this equation. So please use this equation for measurement of leaning tree. And this is showing sometimes happening when measuring top height. And when people standing here, sometimes they think this is top height, but actual top height should be here. So you have to care about top height. And after coming back from the field, we cannot, correct this measurement. So please very carefully measure top height of the tree. And this showing the pole, measuring pole up to 8 meters. So maybe it is not available in Cambodia, but usually in Japan, we are using this kind of pole for measuring the height. So you stand beside the tree, then you don't have to watch the top. You first of all watch the top height, and then you this zero line must be top height of the tree. Then you just need to read in front of yourself. So it's easy to, read the height of the tree with this equipment. And this one's showing the life form. So this one is, as you know, this is tree. And the shrub is like this, and the bush, and liana, and the palms. And I think most of you may know much better than me, so I don't have to explain. But there are some kinds of life forms. Okay. And this is where do you measure a DBH in the tree? So basically 1.3 meters height from the ground you have to measure. But if there's a slope, you have to measure from the upper side of the tree, 1.3. And also, if two stems are at the 1.3 meter height, you have to measure like this one, like this. And also leaning tree, you measure the leaning tree like this. This is their diameter, DBH, not like this, like this. Okay. And these are showing health status, stem quality, and tree origin. So there are three kinds of health status: healthy, poor, and dead. So you write A, B, or C in the form. And also stem quality. There's a straight and bent and crooked. So you write on the recording sheet A, B, or C. And also about tree origin, you have to write in the recording sheet if it is seed, poppies, or sucker. So those items must be written 12 to 12, 13, 14. And this one is the form for trees more than 50 centimeters. We're going to explain from this slide after lunchtime. So morning session is finished. So far, could you raise some questions, comments?
Yes, I'm Vanasan. May I ask you a question for clarify with high measurement with the tree number 5 every 5 tree?
Mm-hmm.
Can you go back to the high measurement? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You mentioned about every 5th tree. We start measure the height and select at least 23 per plot. So through the experience in the field, we measure height every 5th tree. For example, tree number 1 to tree number 5. Number 5, we start the measure height, but we didn't count the DBH and health of the tree. So for this point, you want to count with the DBA or health of the tree? Because you mentioned we need to consider about the tree that we are going to measure the height should be healthy tree. Is it correct or? And are you
Yeah,
clear
could
my
you-
point?
Sorry, could you clarify? Say again, please. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned about the every fifth tree.
Yes.
Then in the tree number 5 in the tally sheet, we start measuring the tree number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Then in the tree number 5, we start to measure the height, including the bole height and the top height, etc. So you just mentioned about the tree measuring the height. We need to count with the healthy tree. According to the experience, we didn't count about the healthy tree. We just reach to the number fifth, every fifth, we start to measure the height. You clear my point? So we don't count the DBA or small tree or big tree or healthy tree or defect decay tree. We don't count like that. So every record tree number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we ask the staff to measure the height. And 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we are the start to measure the height again. So when you mentioned about the 23 per plot, sometimes we cannot get. Sometimes we cannot get a 23 per plot for measuring the height because it's a vary from plot to plot by total amount of the tree in the plot. Okay. So please clarify on this again. Otherwise, we will confuse.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, every fifth tree is as you said, number 1. Yeah, maybe every fifth means number 6, number 11, number 16.
Yeah.
So but so I understand if that is not healthy tree.
Yeah. And DBA also.
What shall we do? But when we make this equation, we have to know healthy tree, straight stem tree, and also we want to make this curve good one from a small DBH tree to large DBH tree. So we want to include those small ones, also big ones, not only medium size. So if you, number, so if you have, after all, if you have only these ones, every fifth tree, please add up some trees like 2 or 3 trees for small ones, and 2, 3 trees for from these
big size,
big classes.
Yeah. So we had to flexible.
Yeah. I will clarify the methodology later.
Yeah. I think difficult, difficult.
Yeah.
Because we had to spend time in the plot. We don't want to spend too long.
Yeah.
Because usually in the forest we work a lot in the plot. Sometimes we have to spend too long. We cannot come back on the night time sometimes. So you have to fix. For example, like I mentioned, if you fix every 5 tree, every 5th tree, we had to measure. So the staff, they know already. We just count from 1 to 5. They start to measure the height by using Sunto height, something like that. But they don't count the DBA or healthy tree. This is the problem.
Yeah. We're going to maybe simplify the methodology. Probably we more focus on DBH classes rather than the number, fifth or sixth, number 10 or number 15. So I will simplify the methodology.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your.
Thank you for your comment.
一応、小さいクラスターから広げていくような感じで測り取っていくんですよね。調査の手順として。この辺はまた次の研修でも説明していってみるから。だからちっちゃい方のクラスターを取ったときにナンバーワンが出るじゃないですか。で10ぐらいの時にまた今度5とか11とかが出てくる。でさらに最後っていうことで、調査をこうどんどん広げていくような形すれば、バランスよく出てくるのかなとは思うんですけど、ちょっと答えになってるかどうかわからない。また次に。
Okay, I will make it simplify for field workers. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Robin-san, are you okay? Okay, so we're going to have a lunch break from now. So I want to start after 2 hours. Maybe you need to break up to 2 p.m. in Cambodia time. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Well, we can.
Okay. Yeah, can resume at 2. Yeah.
2 p.m. Okay. We're going to start 2 p.m. Cambodian time.
Okay,
Thank you very much
yeah.
for your
Yeah. Thank you, and see you.
Thank you.
Okay.
more than 15 centimeters. So, and we should use the form, which is a F5 form. It's also same above the 13 centimeters till trees. And then so this tree should be measured in the subplot one. This circle radius is around 12 meters, like this. And then so this is a recording item. It's also the same. So yeah, main plot. So yeah, you already know so how to measure the 3 dB number or dBH, yeah, and so on. Yes, and then the next, this slide shows also trees. Measurement object is the trees, which is above 5 centimeters. So dBH is 5 centimeters, and we should use the form F5 form for these trees. And then we should measure the trees in the R2. So subplot number 2 circles. This radius around 5.6 meters, like that. And so the form is the same, F5. And also recording item is the same, like that. Okay. So the next, okay, please skip this slide. Yeah. So from here, I would like to explain the stamps and folded wood. So we should use the F6 form for this measurement object. And then the target area, which is a subplot 1, R1. And then the radius is around 12 meters, yeah, like that. You can see the format, which is the right side tables like this. And then this tables has the 2 parts. So left side is for the stamps. Left 3, columns is for the stamps. And the right side is for the folded wood. And then next slide. So this is recording items of the subplot 1 for the stamps and the folded wood. So stamps, so we should mark also LUV code and also diameter and the height of the stamps. And next, folded wood, we should also fill in the LUV code and also diameter. And the diameter is you can see the diameter, 2 diameters. One is the top of the diameter, and the second is bottom of the diameter in the same folded wood. And also, if that the folded wood have foreign, we should measure the inside the diameter. So about the hollow 1 and also hollow 2. And also we should measure the length about the deadwood, folding deadwood, and the decay and number of similar parts. Yeah, and then I move to the advanced slide. and then holding deadwood pieces are measured only if they are inside the plot, like this. Green mark the deadwood we should measure. And then the diameter of the smallest one end should be at least 10 centimeter. And then the length should be at least 1 meter. And also, so we should inside the diameter follow like this. And then deadwood is considered as a part of the deadwood biomass if the log is more than 50% above the ground level. Please see the figure A23 and the number 1. Yeah, this one. So left two logs, it's more than above the 50% above ground level. But so right one, it's less than 50% above the ground bios level. So we should measure the left two logs, not right side one. Okay. And in case we are holding deadwood tree contains its stumps and they are part of roots. So the stump part is recorded separately as the stump pole. Okay, so it's also F6 form left side. And then please look the figure A4-3B. Yes. So we should measure the height of stumps. So and also DBH. But so if smaller than 1.3 meter of the stumps, so we only we just measure the DBH at the top of the stumps, like this, and also measure the height of the stump. Okay, and then next, it's about the bamboo. So we should use the F7 form for bamboo, and then target area is also R1, so subplot 1. So the radius is around 12 meters. This. And so right side is a form F7, like this. Okay, please next. So this slide shows the recording items of bamboo. So we should measure the above 1.3 meter the bamboo, and then so we also should measure LUV type, section code, and also species code and name. And then so after that we record the average diameter of DBH and then the average height of each species. And also we should count the number of stems in the clump and the number of dead stems in clump also we should count in each same species. And then after that we should measure the average diameter of clump like this. If so, there are some species appeared in the subplot 1. We should fill in the data divided in the different row. 今もう分かってないかも。まあだけど、はい。 Okay, so yeah, next slide shows about the trees, which is 1 centimeter above and equal with smaller than 5 centimeter. So like saplings, we should use the form F4-B, and the target area is R3, subplot 3. So you can see the, so yeah, below small subplot. This is the R3 subplot. And then the so right side is the so format F4B. The form has 2 tables. So above is for saplings, and the below table for shrubs and timber or lianas. Lianas. Okay. And then so yeah, this is this slide shows the recording item of sapling and the shrub. And so sapling is, yeah, we should record the so LUV type section code also, and tree number, species code and the name, yeah, like that. And also we should account the number of sapling in the DBH class. And the next shrub and lianas. So yeah, we should record the species code and the name. And so which is lianas was not lianas. And also we should measure the DBH and height of each trees, and the count of similar size shrubs or creepers in the subplot. Okay, on the next. Can I skip this? Yeah, slide. Yeah. And then so this slide follows that my explanation and the sapling and the shrubs. Yeah. So if the plot falls in more than one LUV, sapling will be recorded separately by each LUV section. So above row is for the LUV is A, and below row is for the B LUV code. And then so identify and record the species name and the code similarly as described for seedling above. And measure DBH of each individual sapling and record it according to its diameter class, which is 4 classes. And the target can based on the sports scoring method like this. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we back the slide number. Yes. So next is also trees, which have smaller than 1 centimeter, or no DBH, like the seedlings. We should use the F4A form. And so yeah, target area is yeah, R4, so subplot 4, like this. And then the so F4A form also have the 2 tables. The above table is for the seedlings, and the below one is for small shrubs and the climber, lianas. Yeah, and the next, this slide shows the recording items of the seedlings and the small shrub and green bars. Lianas. And then see about the seedlings. Yeah, we should take note species code and the name and the number of similar seedlings. About the small shrubs and the lianas, we should take the species code and the name. And also we should count of similar size shrubs or green bars in the subplot. Yes. And then so if teams could recognize the same appearance of that identifiable unknown and not forgot to take picture of the leaves and the bark, flower, fruits, regional pins, and the whole tree shape. And team should correct the specimen of unknown species, which local people doesn't know, and put it between the newspaper and bring to the front end. Okay, so yeah, from here I would like to explain the soil and litter sampling. So the soil sampling, about the soil sampling, we should take a soil sampling at this point. So between the plot 1 and plot 2. And also we should take the sampling of litter. It's also same point, but we should take the 4 samples. And the next, so this is form 8. It's for the soil sampling. And form is like right side. Okay. Sorry, so this is my mistake. Please skip, and we should remove this slide later. So recording items of the soil sampling is here. So please note the X and Y about the location, and also so the LUV code, and please remember the sampling ID and the date, and also please draw in the sketch of the soil sampling location, and take note about the remarks and photo ID. So the soil sampling method is here. So first of all, remove all litter and leaves on the surface. After that, as indicated in the figure, so above figure, start from the lower side of the pit if the pit is on the slope. If a pit is set in a flat terrain, so digging works can be started from any side. And number 3, please try to dig the square shaped pit with vertical walls. And so a wall on one side where samples shall be collected must be vertical. holding, entrenching a shovel is usually light and versatile for digging the pit. However, any digging instrument can be used if it's difficult to obtain a particular type. And then, so if there are big roots, please cut them out with a saw. And if there are rocks and the big stones, please remove them with a pick. So number 5, the dark soil should be put aside the whole necessary because it is used for the filling the pit later. So after the sampling. So please continue digging until the size of the pit becomes large enough for the sampling works. So yeah, like the 40 centimeter cubic. And then after that, we should sampling 3 sampling of soil like this. And you can see the green cup, that it's soil sampling cylinder. The volume is 100 milliliter.
グリーンじゃない。
そうか。グリーンって言いました。Sorry. Yeah, color is green. No green. So silver. Sorry. Yeah, please bring the sampling to Phnom Penh. Yeah, and then so this slide shows the data sampling form. So we should use the F9 form for the data sampling. And then so left side indicates the sampling point of the data. We should sampling 4 points. At 4 points. Yeah. So recording item is here. So please note the location of each sampling point and also LUV code and the weight of each sampling and the average weight and the sample weight should be measured on site. And also sampling ID and date is also marked, and please draw the sketch data sampling location. And also to take a note for the comments or remarks, yeah, like that. でいいと思うんですけど。Yeah, here is the methodology for sampling of data. Data collecting method in dry place is as follows. So data is not living part. Please don't include the living part. So please remove the foreign dead wood with diameter above the 10 centimeters. And then mount the coordinate frame and install in a place. So please weight the big net bag. And after that, please collect all data by hand or fork, and then put in the big net bag. So the net bag can help to keep the topsoil separate from the sample. And please weight the data and then deduct the net bag weight. So we can get the weight of the sampling data. And please repeat the same for other sampling. So the team should 4 times should do that. So lastly, please calculate the average weight of the all of the samples. Please note, if there is a no coordinate frame, it is possible to use the 4 small poles or and 4 ropes. It's more simple, but it's difficult to if data are thick enough. Yeah, so please mix the data sample well and take a samples for each sampling point. And the final sample is the composite of the all samples in the cluster. The total weight of that should be at least 200 grams. So please remember to put the label to the sample plastic bag, including the following information. So cluster number and the data sample ID and date of the collection. And also please bring the sample to Phnom Penh. Okay, thank you. So that's all my explanation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. So is anyone participant have questions about his presentation this afternoon?
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Yeah, I think I just informed to my team, especially your team leader, is there clear with little fall or clear with soil sample? Please, I think that is also very important point to highlight in case like when we take soil sample, but sometimes it's mountainous area and a lot of like rocky, a lot of rock. So in this case, we could not take the soil sample. So we need to make note, this one is rocky soil, and take the photo of the area. So could you please make clearly in this point? And sometimes the topsoil only 15 centimeter. It's could not access to 20 centimeters. So it means that we can take the sample only for 5 centimeter and then 15 centimeter. It means one cluster we get 2 samples. That is possible, or because we need to make sure in all this point. Yeah, that is from observation from his presentation, and another one is litter sampling. You mentioned about can you back to the litter sampling? I think the last slide, litter sampling.
Yeah. Hi, これはこうですね。あ、来ました。初めの土のやつから言ってきます。
Yeah, you have a question about the litter sampling, right?
Yeah, litter sampling.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah, I think this one, like data collection method for dry splash, litter is not living part, do not include living part.
Yeah.
So we will, there's 2 ways we did before. It's one, when we apply, it's 1 meter by meter, we will collect all, include living trees, include that a small dead root. It's not big, but for 1 meter by 1 meter, we will collect all, and then we put the lapel, and then we scale up in the field and send the sample to laboratory, and then we use dry oven to calculate. So we know how the ground vegetation biomass in this case. But in this, you mentioned only remove all falling dead wood with diameter bigger than 10 centimeter. And also it's not include living part of the tree, of vegetation. And like the total bring to laboratory only, you move to other slide.
200.
Yes, only about 1 to 15 gram take the sample. Yeah. I think this point you should be clarified altogether.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we are going to explain first from soil. So as you mentioned, maybe if I'm wrong, please correct Dr. Sotan also. We can discuss. About rocky soil, yes, you can mention this is rocky soil in the recording sheet. You cannot correct soil. And if soil depth is only 15 centimeters, for example, then you can collect only 2 samples.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only way. Dr. Sotan, is that okay?
And some area like the big rock, we could not access even the topsoil.
Yeah. If you cannot collect anyway, you have to mention it in the record sheet. There's no topsoil.
Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Sota, is that correct?
Yeah, on this point, I want to clarification a bit because the pit of the soil sampling is fixed in the plot, but it is not really absolute fixing on that place. You can move to other place that you can find that easy to avoid the big rocks and also the big tree and also the place that very shallow soil that we know that some of the lepto soil in Cambodia is very shallow.
Okay.
I think that we can move the pit and then we try to take, even there is a sandy or rocky, we can take all, and in the lab, we can analyze the texture a little bit by extracting what we can say that the big particle from sand, and we only soil for analysis for carbon. This also benefit for us to know that the different soil type will different in carbon stock also. I think that if we can move the soil pit. Yeah.
Okay.
Not necessary to fix that point, so we can really find point that we can get sample. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, very clear. It's okay. We try to do this way. Thank you, Professor.
And I think please write location of the soil pit in the recording sheet.
Yeah.
We know where you collect it. And next question.
Okay. Good.
About Rita. So about Rita sampling. What living biomass will be included or not? For
litter sampling, that is in our case is we can say that litter. If we take the living part of the understory, it should be not only litter, but it is understory, the living part that means grow and then dread and then maybe some of that we can say that the cycle of the carbon still very active for this small plant. So in NFI, we decide to take on the non-living part of the litter. And the dead wood that means smaller than 10 centimeter, we consider as litter, because dead wood, we consider the part that bigger than 10 centimeter. But the way, of course, you can increase. But what we said that 100 gram to 150 gram is we take the well mixing from each sample. And then we remix again, and then we took to Phnom Penh maybe about 200 gram. But if you think that it is not enough for the lab, maybe you can take more, because in the NFI design, we are afraid that there is too many heavy load to transport to Phnom Penh. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Yeah, I think that is also is more easy for us to bring the sample to laboratories. So it means we will take the living plant and collect only the leaf, and that wood is smaller than 10 centimeter. It's my right? Okay. Yeah.
And yes, and also from each point you collect only 100, 150 grams. Then when you bring in Phnom Penh, you just need 200 grams.
Okay.
Right? Am I right,
Yeah.
Sotan-san? Right?
200 or more than 200 is
depend on the team.
Yeah.
But I want to stress again that means 4 locations that we took litter should be well mixing, and then we take sample from all the mixings. Yeah.
Yeah. So we avoid the bias of the collection.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for questions and answer, Soben-san and Sotan-san.
For our group team leader, is there any question for clarify, please?
Okay, everything's okay?
អ្នកគ្នាយើងឆ្លើយបន្តិចមើល
You can also ask in Khmer. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
I hope Kim Sobe-san can translate for me.
Okay, thank you. មានទេបើអត់មានសំណួរទេពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយចំណុចទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំបញ្ចប់ឲ្យគាត់ទៅទៀតហើយណាហើយកុំភ្លេចណាតិចទៀតផ្ញើធ្វើតេស្តគ្នាយើងប្រយ័ត្នតែហើយតេស្តអត់ចេញណា
អីទេតាមតនអី
Okay, I think you can continue. It's okay now. It's clear.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Okay, now I want to invite Dr. Sobe and Mr. Sotan for QA and QC. I'm going to show your presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You will show the presentation for me. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Next one.
So yeah. This is that means we have the QA, QC, and then this one. You please next slide. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Because the QA, QC is part of the NFI inventory, as described in the chapter 9. That means if you have some inquiry, you can go to chapter 9. And it should be applied during the NFI implementation to ensure overall quality, accuracy of the field and the result. Because it is very important that we know that since national inventory is requires significant investment, that means a lot of money to take this inventory. So the QA/QC is very secure for the investment of the large amount of time and the money for completion the NFI. Yeah, this crucial point is this. Yeah. Next, please. So the QA/QC, I want to say something that means outside this slide. The QA/QC is not the found that the team did the good thing or wrong thing or something like that, but we want to correct the right track for the team to implement better the NFI, so we can correct on time and we don't make the loss of the investment in NFI. So if we measure or we invest in anything, that means bias could occur in every step of the implementation. So the bias could be generated from inappropriate of the use of the measurement protocol. That means we not fully understand the protocol. Inability of use the measurement equipment. That means some equipment is new that we cannot use it completely according to the manual of that equipment. Sometimes the equipment itself malfunction or it is not work well and we still use that. It also lead to bias. And also the confusion about parameters recorded and code to enter in the field form is also crucial for lead to bias. So the bias we could divide into random bias, for example, that is be generated by careless measurement. We just measure and we don't care about something. And sometimes when we use that means malfunction equipment, we can have the result that means overestimate or always underestimate. Yeah. Next slide, please. I don't want to explain so much about this, but maybe all of you know about what is QA and what is QC. The quality insurance is also to ensure like the plan for how to verify the work in the field and how to evaluate that. Yeah, but this process should be reviewed by preferably the independent third party, because sometimes we did the work and then we verify again by our own, it's still the same. We cannot find some of the error or some of the, yeah. And quality control is the real action that we re-measure again for ensure the measurement it is correct or not. So it is very simple for QA and QC. Next, please. So this one also, I don't want to go for very detailed, but we have another team that we call that the QC team. QA team, of course, that means we have also very similar to the field team. That means we have team leader, but after that we have special botanist expert. Yeah, data recorder, dendrometry assistant, and then local community, and then so on. So this team may be dedicated, that means work very slowly and carefully on the measure plot that the team already did. The field team, we do 3 plot per day, but for the QC team, maybe we do only 1 plot per day. To verify all the measurement of the field team did, and we find the reason of the error, and then we have the meeting with the field team to recommendation to the field team what is the error and what is the reason for error for correction on time. Next, please. So the quality insurance is necessary to ensure that technical quality of the NFI field measurement adhere to NFI manual. The task will be that means first of all, we establish the routine for remeasurement of the plot, including method and equipment to be used by NFI team and QC team. This routine will be described in the QC booklet. That means we have produced the QC booklet already. For detailed technique as well, we still refer to the NFI manual because we have another that we call the procedure for the QC, that is a separate document. And then the protocol still refer to NFI manual. The second point is develop the checklist of the tolerant error, identify measurement and recording in each parameter, because each parameter there is the tolerant rate that we measure, because two people measure one thing. I said in the forestry, not in the industrial. That means the error should be produced during two people measure one thing. Yeah. And the third point, we perform the second check of entry into the booklet for immediately checking the field measurement. Next, please. Yeah, and we recheck the record code sketch and then the measurement that are within the tolerance allowed. Find out possible reason that lead to the errors. Provide feedback and make recommendation to NFI team to improve their performance. Optionally, the compare data, that means initial data and remeasure data for final decision. That means sometimes we can say that it is perfect because the measurement is very the same, or acceptable. That means there is error, but it is in the tolerant number, so we can acceptable. Or we can recommend that this should be remeasured because the plot of the cluster or something like that is too many error or something like that. Yeah, there is option for comparing data. And then we organize the feedback meeting with the NFI team, that means the field team, then handle the booklet to the field coordinator and make separate report to the PMU, but it is the process of the NFI for our project here. That means we just compare and then we meeting with the field team, and then we improve the measurement for the next plot or next cluster, and then verification or QC again should be take place, and then after we make sure that the team can operate well, so that is we have the data quality control already, and we can make the report for the quality assurance that we assure that the data that we measure is in the allowable error that we could accept. Next, please. So here I want to list about the type of error. The type of errors is, first one is the missing data. That means the data is not recorded in the field. Sometimes they left the parameter blank, so we don't know. So this we call that missing data. The second is invalid data. That means data exists, they record, but they record in the wrong format or in the different way or something, or we cannot readable or something like that. So we can say that it is invalid data. The third error is about the measurement error. That means it is the bias on the object of measurement. usually the measurement by different people that means could lead to different result. But we can find that it is error, how big of the error and how different. That means, yeah, if big bias or small bias, that we can counter on this measurement error. And the fourth is about the counting error. The counting error is very easy to recognize, as we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another people count only 4, and another people count 8 or something like that. So it's very easy for counting error. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the flow chart for the QA/QC. That means first one we start, and this one that we use the booklet, and we have another style that we use also the tablet, but we not going in use for this project. So we start, and then first of all, we copy the measurement from the field team to the booklet. I mean, yeah, from the field form to the booklet. And then the team re-measurement by starting and find the same starting point, the same tree, the same plot or something like that, and re-measure. And then after that, we compare. And we compare is inside the allowable error range, that is okay. And we finish. Is outside the range, we will find some of the reason of the error, and we can find that is the measurement detail that is not properly, that means they cut out or they can extend some part of the meter or something of the clinometer didn't work or something like that. We can find, and then we comment to the field team, and then we improve, and then this end of the process for QC. Next, please. This one is show the booklet format. That means on the left side, it is the, we copy from the field form to the left side of the booklet. And the right side is the place for re-measurement and then comment on that measurement. It is yes, no, percentage, perfect, and we have comment, something like that. Yeah. Next, please. And here I also show briefly about what is the, yeah, that means the parameter, or that we can say that is the structure of the plot and the cluster. That means we have, first of all, is the structure ID. That means structure ID is the strata, the number of cluster, and the number of plot. And that it is should be linked to the geographical, that means the UTM and the place exactly on the map. Yeah. And then the type verification lie in C, that means each tree location inside the plot, and the, yeah, it is in this location or not, or it is error, or the small tree is measured in the big plot or something like that. We can verify by the plotting of the coordinate again in this plot, so we can see. And then the D is the record from the field team, that we can see clearly what is the record. It is measurement value. So we compare all of these location, the measurement, and then everything for the quality assurance for the NFI team. That means NFI team that we first go to the field, and then the QA QC follow up and then recommend to the NFI field team to improve their work. That is all for the presentation, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sultan. Any questions for his presentation from participants? It's okay. So QA/QC going to be done, actually QA/QC team, not the contractor, university team, but so this is very important work to assure the quality of our survey. So please cooperate QA/QC team from in the field also when they need the data in Colombia also. And from now,
I have one question to Dr. Sultan. Yeah.
Okay.
He mentioned about the QA/QC team. QA/QC team will be working like one cluster, one plot, yeah, per day, and so it means that QA/QC team will be good to check all the cluster, or just take some sample of the cluster?
Thank you for the questions. Because we don't work for double work, so the QA/QC team only measure for verification that in one plot per cluster, but maybe select maybe 10% of all the cluster. Yeah. So
Okay,
that
yeah.
means 100 clusters. So the QC will follow maybe 10%, maybe 10 cluster or something like that with different team. That means this team, 5 teams. So at least each team, that means 2 plot also for recommendation, for verification of some error, and then recommendation. It is to ensure the quality, but not to measure everything.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sultan. Any other questions?
Sorry, can I ask a question? Dr. Sultan, I'm Sato. So how do you think when the QA/QC teams remeasure element? So I think the chief, so current you 何でしたっけ URA でしたっけ大学は
RUA.
Sorry. So yeah, team of RUA needs the feedback from the QA/QC team. So it means that so when we'll conduct the QA/QC, and then so when we'll so get the feedback. So RUA team.
Yes, thank you for the question. The QA/QC team should be established as soon as the fieldwork start. That means the fieldwork start, let's say in November. So before November, we have to think about the QA/QC team, and we established QA/QC team already for that. And then after the field team measure the plot, that means the QC should be not prolong the time, but maybe immediately measure after the field team, maybe 1 week or something like that, or 1 day or 2 days after the field team measurement, so that we have still have recommendation on the error on time. If we, the QA/QC team, that means the team work for 1 month, and then the error it exists in 30 plot, and then we go there, we recheck, and then we recommendation. That means we cannot re-measure back for the 30 plot, but it was the time, and then the error exists so much. So the QA/QC team should follow after the field team, if possible. After 1 day or something like that. If you keep so long time, that means the plot sometime will modify or destroyed by other people or something like that, or they move the metallic pin or something like that. So we found that in many error, and we cannot recommendation on time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sotam. So I think if so, probably, I don't know, this, I mentioned the sticks in the field must be corrected by field team. I mentioned you have to use the sticks in the field. Then I also mentioned those sticks will be corrected by QA/QC. But if QA/QC is not visiting or the plots, so those 24 sticks shall be corrected by field team.
That means the QA/QC team should follow the field team. That means, and they have plan. If some plot that they don't have plan for, that means we do in 3 months. But the QA/QC team maybe follow the field team maybe half month or something like that. So all the plot that they measure in the first time, that means they should keep. But for my thinking, that if they have plan for visit that plot, and they tell before that is also not good, because the field team will be work so carefully, but we don't want like that. So the QA/QC team will, that means randomly take the plot that the team already measure. So I think you can keep that, or you don't keep, that is no matter. But the very interesting is the pin in the starting point. Metallic pin should be kept there for permanently and not remove. But after pole you can remove, and you keep maybe some of the 12 or something like that. Only 12 is enough for the QC team.
I think because we are using bamboo or wooden sticks in the field, so we can leave it in the field.
Yes.
It is okay for local people also. So we just leave all of them. Then we're going to provide the spray, red, yellow, blue. So we don't mind they are leaving them in the field.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So just leave it on the field. Dr. Kim So-ben, it's clear.
Yeah, but I just thinking it's like one cluster. We need to set up 3 subplot. So we keep only one plot in one cluster, or you need to keep all 3? I think it's one cluster can keep only one plot. How do you think?
Yeah, so for other two clusters, just leave center pin.
Yeah, other two clusters just leave center pin. Yeah.
So the first plot means those sticks will be left in the third plot actually, because they're using.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can mark. Yeah, you can mark only the first plot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I mean, you can leave it in the third plot. This is the order: first, second, third.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So we can keep the first plot with a 24 stick, and second and third only the central. It's okay.
I think that the most interesting is the first plot, that means the metal pin. So yeah, but in the second plot and the third plot, if you can left, that means you can left some of these starting point is enough for the QC team to work. Yeah.
Okay. So those sticks you use for second plot and third plot, you can remove, and you can use it for the next plot.
Or even you don't keep anything, that is okay, because the QC team should be find the metal pin and then they re-establish all that is in theoretical. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So at least the metal pins in the center should be left.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it means I will remove all 24 stick and keep only the central plot.
Yes, that is theoretical for the QC team
Okay.
should re-establish all.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So even for first plot, you don't need the sticks. Sultan-san.
Yes. You need only the metal point.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I think this is better because sometimes local people think something about these sticks.
Yeah.
What is this? So that is okay for me also.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. So now in the plan agenda, we have 20 minutes break, but can I continue up to the end of training? What do you think? Do you need?
Sorry, I will talk to other people, participant. មិនទេគ្នាយើងតទៀតឬក៏នៅសម្រាប់សិន
តទៀតហ្មងគ្រូឆាប់ចប់
Okay, they request to continue for the last presentation, please.
Okay. So now we have time for recap, summary of today's discussion. So in the first, in the morning sessions, we received 4 questions. First one is about shape of plot, rectangular or circular. So this we are going to discuss with FA Dr. Savannah later on, together with Dr. Kim So-ben. And next one is about language for recording sheet. So as far as field team can do both English and Khmer, that is better for us. So, and there's some revision of the recording sheet, and we need feedback from Dr. Savannah. And the third point is about LUV, land-use vegetation type. So in the field, there's a comment from Savannah. In the field, it is very difficult to identify vegetation types. So how are we going to do? And maybe we need to simplify the method for this one. And we're going to discuss again with university team and relevant people, FA and MOE. Okay. And final question in the morning session about the height of trees. How do you select the measuring tree for height? So we're going to simplify, simplify the method for height measurement. But as we explained in the presentation, we want to make a equation to estimate a measured tree for height. So actually we need several classes of trees in the field. But yes, we're going to present simplified method to select a tree for height measurement. And so those 4 questions raised in the morning. And in the afternoon, we received also 4 questions. First question is about soil sampling. So how do you deal with rocky soils? So Dr. Sotan mentioned, we agree that you can change the location slightly where soils can be collected. But you have to map the location in the recording sheet. And next question is about litter sampling. So we need to, we have to remove non-living biomass. We just need the litter, means dead biomass. And so, I mean, the living biomass to be removed. Yeah. And we need to bring around 200 grams to Phnom Penh. So you just mix up those 4 samples in the field. And you need to measure actual weight of the sample in the field. Then afterwards, we can estimate the biomass weight. Okay. Then third question in the afternoon is about which plot QA/QC team going to select from a cluster. So QA/QC team going to select 1 plot, 1 cluster, and only around 10% of all cluster will be selected. And they are divided to the 5 teams, not only from 2 or 3 teams, but all 5 teams will be selected. And last question is when QA/QC team going to check it. So after 1 or 2 weeks, after 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 days after measurement of field team, they're going to visit the plots. So QA/QC team will be composed before November. Okay, any other points of discussions we have? Any missing points? Is that okay? I think. Okay.
On my side, I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cover all points.
Yeah. So Dr. Kim So-ben, we will discuss more detail about those questions later on. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So from now, we have made the 10 questions test for participants. And I'm going to show now. Here, can you see?
Yeah.
Yeah. And questions. Now I'm going to show the question. Oh. Question.
日本の字だけちょっと出せるかもしれない。ちょっと。
これ違う？
いや、そうですね。
はい。Okay. We have 10 questions here. So everyone can see these questions. There are 10 questions. And please answer these questions from now on with 15 minutes. Okay. Then there's also, there's some slides, figures. So I'm going to show this one. You have to see. So can you see first question is how long is it between plots in the cluster? This is first question. The second question, which form should be used for the data collection of stamp and foreign deadwood? And third question is what is the size of tree to be measured in the plot of radius 21.85 meter? And number 4 question is what is the size of tree to be measured in the plot of radius 11.97? The fifth question is what is the size of tree to be measured in the plot of radius 5.64? And number 6 question, which part do you measure of the tree for tree height, A, B, C, or D? And number 7, how many trees should be measured for the tree height in the plot? And number 8, how many total trees in the plot do you measure the tree height at least? And number 9, which plot size should be taken for the data collection of bamboo? The last question is how many litter sample points do you have in each cluster? Okay. So I spend 5 minutes, around 5 minutes. So please answer this question until 40 minutes past 3. Okay. Any questions about this questions? Okay. So I'm going to wait for your answers. Please start. Sobe-san, can you translate what I meant in the Khmer language?
គេតែជើងបាទចែកគ្នាយើងគាត់ឲ្យធ្វើសំណួរហ្នឹងហើយខ្ញុំគិតថាសំណួរហ្នឹងគឺសំណួរស្រួលមែនតើគិតនាំគ្នាដាក់ទៅមួយផ្លែតនេះព្រោះត្រូវខុសហ្នឹងហើយសំណួរទី1សំណួរទី2អីសិតតែចេះនេះគាត់ផ្ញើមកអញ្ចឹង tick នៅលើហ្នឹងហើយ submit ទៅហើយសំណួរទី1ហ្នឹងគឺមានស្អីគេខ្លះចន្លោះពី plot មួយពី cluster មួយពី how long between plot to cluster បាទគាត់ដាក់10 50 100 200ហ្នឹងយើងដឹងថា100គ្រប់គ្នាហើយបាទហើយសំណួរទី2 field form ហ្នឹងបាទអញ្ចឹងនាំគ្នា tick អាហ្នឹងទៅបាទ date boot អីនៅក្នុងទីប្រមាណបាទដែលយើងប្រើខ្ញុំលើកឧទាហរណ៍ថានៅក្នុង form ទី S6 ឧទាហរណ៍យ៉ាងតាបាទចាប់ផ្ដើមបងប្អូនគ្នាអត់ទាន់ណា
បានគ្រូតន់
Hello បាទតាមួយផ្លែតទេលឿនទេអាហ្នឹងមើលផ្លែតខាង MOE ហើយ FA គឺច្បាស់ជាងអីទៀតបាទអរគុណ Okay I already yeah they will fill in the form and then submit to you thank you
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay
Excuse me for the question number 6. We cannot see the picture. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
You're doing test? Huh?
anh nâng cái oi thứ ấy cho mình này anh nâng cái oi riêng thứ ấy
គាត់ឲ្យធ្វើតេស្តគេឲ្យគាត់ធ្វើតេស្តគាត់ផ្ញើមួយគេដាក់ចែកការ form forest inventory survey test អញ្ចឹងសំណួរទី1គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយពី cluster មួយទៅ cluster មួយពី cluster ទៅ plot ណាបាទពី plot ទៅ cluster បាទឧទាហរណ៍100 ម៉ែត្រទៅដល់ field form ទី2គេឲ្យ deadwood ហ្នឹង collection ហ្នឹងនៅ startup ហ្នឹងប្រើ form ទីប៉ុន្មានខ្ញុំលើកឧទាហរណ៍ថា F6 ឧទាហរណ៍ណាបាទគាត់ឲ្យ tick ទៅហើយ submit ឲ្យគាត់ទៅនៅលើ form ហ្នឹងបង
ខ្ញុំហៅ form ហ្នឹងវាអត់ឃើញអត់ដឹង form
ខ្ញុំមក form មកឃើញដែរតែពេញហ្នឹងហើយ
អញ្ចឹងតែ
មានពាក្យមួយ POLLS អាហ្នឹង tick លើហ្នឹងបានហើយ
POLLS
បាទhello professor could you send the form again to Dr. Savanna and our colleague at FA who could not find
which one
អត់អីទេបងឲ្យគេទៅចោលអត់អីទេបងឲ្យគេទៅមកខាងកុំឲ្យពីយឺតម៉ោងទេប្រែអូមើលប្រែអំពេញឲ្យគេទៅ E6 អាឈើងាប់ឲ្យអាទំនួលទី7ដាក់1លើ5យកទី1តិចឲ្យគេទៅ
ហ្នឹងហើយតែខ្ញុំរក form វាមិនឃើញពេញហ្នឹងបង
ប្រសិទ្ធដៃឲ្យគេ
ប្រសិទ្ធបកប្រយុងមិន
screw ទៅលើក៏ screw មិនចេញទេដឹង screw តាមណាយើងមើល
ហ្នឹងហើយចេញមកទៅមើលអត់ដឹងថា
បាទយើង
មើលបានដំណើរចាំមកប៉ុណ្ណឹងព្រោះគូក្បាលឥឡូវវាយើងយ៉ាប់ដែរណា
បាទហើយខ្ញុំ
ប្រយុង
clear
ប្រយុងអញ្ចឹងប្រឡងធ្លាក់អីណាបោះប្រយុងអញ្ចឹង
តែពុទ្ធ clear សំណួរហ្នឹងវាអត់ឃើញអ្វីដែលគាត់6ទី7ហ្នឹង
ឥឡូវគាត់ទៅអាទី7ហ្នឹងយកអាទី1
បាទ
ទី1ហ្នឹងឈើងាប់
សំខាន់
ហើយអាទី1ហ្នឹងយក100មក
តែព្រោះវាបងจะមើលសំណួរមកអត់តនេះអានេះទី1
ប្រាប់មួយអញ្ចឹងលេងអស់មកវងឯងប្រាប់មួយហ្នឹង
ប្រាប់មួយហ្នឹងអស់មកវងអូខេអត់អីទេតា
ហើយអាទី6ហ្នឹងយកដេមក
អាហ្នឹងវាបាទ
អាទី2យកដេមក
អត់អីបងតើគាត់ screw ឲ្យបាត់យើងឃើញសំណួរ
អូទៅទៀតហើយ
មិញខ្ញុំឃើញសំណួរគាត់ឲ្យ click ហ្នឹងវាលោតមក plate លោតហើយវាបាត់ទៅវិញ
អញ្ចឹងរបស់ខ្ញុំនៅតា
បាទលោតទៅវិញ
ដែរខ្ញុំ click ទៅតាអត់ឃើញ submit ទេអត់ឃើញ
មានពាក្យ submit
បើគាត់ផ្ញើដល់មកយើងស្រួល click ពីលើ click ដឹង
យក form ទី1គាត់ផ្ញើមកហ្នឹង
Hello professor could you send the form again because most of them could not receive the form like the form JICA SN or forest inventory survey test
questions
yeah some of the participants they could not enter to the form
រកគាត់ទៅរក E1 cluster E2 នឹង plot
yeah like the form you share with us JICA SN or forest inventory survey test
រកគាត់ទៅ E1 cluster E2 នឹង low plot E3 នឹង LUV E6 នឹងឈើងាប់
if I close this one now we have some answers already 6 people but they're going to be deleted shall we do that
ដល់ដល់ហ្នឹងដល់ឲ្យគាត់ pull មួយសារទៀតលោកគ្រូបានចេញនៅលើផ្ទាំងកុំព្យូទ័ររបស់យើងម្នាក់លោកគ្រូ
ថាម៉េចណារង
ចង់និយាយថាឲ្យគាត់បង្កើតអា pull ហ្នឹងមួយសារទៀតលោកគ្រូបានវាចេញព្រោះនៅពេលគាត់បង្កើត pull មកវានៅកន្លែងឆាតកន្លែង share screen ហ្នឹងវាមាន tab មួយសម្រាប់ឲ្យយើង pull ណាលោកគ្រូចឹងទៅដល់ពេលយើង tick ទាំង10សំណួរហ្នឹងទៅបានយើង submit ទៅបានវាទៅលោកគ្រូ
អ្នករងអើយទៅហ្មងអើយកុំឲ្យខាតមក
ហ្មងនេះនិយាយហ្មងទៅរង
ខ្ញុំឃើញហើយគ្នាយើងចុចក្នុងកន្លែង pull រូប graphic ហ្នឹងណាចុចទៅចេញមកហើយយើង click តាមហ្នឹងទៅបាទឃើញហើយ
ហ្នឹងហើយបានឃើញនៅ
ដោយសារនៅក្នុងហ្នឹងវាមានពាក្យ submit អីសេចមកបើយើងពេញខុសពីហ្នឹងរកកន្លែង submit ឲ្យគាត់អត់ឃើញទេ
តើតែឆ្លើយទាំង10សំណួរបានវាឲ្យចុចឲ្យយើង pull submit បានបង
này pool ឃើញនៅខាងក្រោមជួរខាងក្រោមមាន participant ហើយបន្ទាប់មកមាន pool ហើយបន្ទាប់មកមាន chart ហើយ screen share
ជើងទាញមកយើងមកចលោនៅខាងក្រោមទៅបានចេញយើងទាញចលោមកនៅក្រោមមកចេញអា pool ហ្នឹងហើយ
ទឹកមួយបោះប្រយ៉ងទៅ
submit បាន6នាក់ហើយ5 6នាក់ហើយ
ហ្នឹងហើយខ្ញុំអត់ submit ទេខ្ញុំព្រោះខ្ញុំកុំឲ្យរំខានគេ
So some people couldn't see the questions.
លោកគ្នាយើងឃើញ questionnaire ទាំងអស់គ្នាណា
បាទឃើញ
Okay, now they got the questionnaire because there's some confusing with how to get the questionnaire from pool.
Okay.
Yeah. They just find the questionnaire. It's okay. Let's start. I hope finish very soon. Yeah.
Okay, wait for another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. បាទ5នាទីចប់ហើយគាត់ឲ្យ10នាទីយើង5នាទីចប់ហើយមិនដល់ផង
តគ្រូប្រឡងធ្លាក់ទៀតចប់ហើយណា
ហើយវិញអត់សូវមានគ្រូមានតែបុគ្គលិក
ពេញទៅខុសត្រូវអីទៅគ្រូការជំរឿទេ
ធ្លាក់តែខ្ញុំម្នាក់បានហើយខ្ញុំរកអត់ទាន់ឃើញផង
សំណួរទី9ណា bamboo ហ្នឹងវាធ្វើនៅ
គន្ធាឯងអស់គន្ធាឯងអស់មកក្រោម screen មកក្រោម laptop គន្ធាឯងហ្នឹងហើយមើលអក្សរពាក្យមួយដាក់នេះ pool POL ហ្នឹងរូប graphic ហ្នឹងចុចលើអាហ្នឹងទៅ បងណាអាភ័យតាម20ទៅក្នុងអានុឡូ
11.97
បាទ ឃើញនៅគន្ធាអត់ឃើញទេគន្ធាអត់ទាន់ឃើញផងគន្ធាឯងអូសមកទៅក្រោមហើយបន្ទាប់មកមានកន្លែងឆាតមានកន្លែង participant ណោះទៅដល់មានពាក្យ POLLS ហ៎ចុចលើហ្នឹងទៅចេញគន្ធាឯងខាងក្រោមឃើញ participant ឃើញ poll ហ៎ឃើញឆាតអីទេឃើញទេខាងក្រោមខ្ញុំសង្ស័យថាគាត់ច្រឡំអត់ឃើញផងនេះខ្លួនឯងនៅក្នុង Zoom មកទេកន្លែងបើក Zoom ទៅបាទខ្ញុំបើកតែអត់ឃើញអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំអត់សូវចេះប្រើផងខ្ចីបោះកូនប្រើហ្នឹងហើយតែពេលឥឡូវអត់ឃើញអត់អីខ្លាញ់គាត់រុនមកក្រោមមកទាញមកក្រោមមករុញមកចុះមកក្រោមកន្លែង start button មកដុំ start button ទៅអាចរកឃើញចំកណ្ដាលកុំព្យូទ័រទាញមកក្រោមមកខ្ញុំប្រើ iPad របស់កូនហ្នឹងណាហើយអូប្រើ iPad ប្រើផែឥឡូវខ្លួនឯងគោះយកដៃគោះលើ screen តិច
យកដៃគោះលើ screen តិចចេញហើយបង
សំណួរទី10ហ្នឹងគោះឡើងយកអាមូលតែគោះលើ
screen ទៅខ្លាចមើលខាងក្រោម
មួយទីតាំង
មិនអីគុនធា
អត់ចេញហងទៀនអត់សូវចេះប្រើ
แล้วឃើញ participant ឃើញអីហ៎ឃើញកន្លែងម៉ៃខ្លួនឯងហ៎ឃើញអាវីដេអូឃើញម៉ៃហ៎កន្លែងខ្លួនឯងចិត្តចុចបិទបើកម៉ៃឯងមើលខាងក្រោមមកឯកជួមួយគ្នាហ្នឹងក្រោមហ្នឹងមើល
អត់ឃើញទេទៀនតើធ្លាក់ដល់ខ្ញុំម្នាក់បានណា
mình bong bẹt ở nó tịt đọp ấy hào nhá bong bẹt
ខ្ញុំហើយខ្ញុំផ្ញើឲ្យគាត់បាត់ហើយ submit ទៅបាត់ហើយ
បាទ
អាហ្នឹងនៅក្នុងអីម្នាក់នៅក្នុងអា mood ហ្នឹងហ៎
pool កន្លែង pool ហ្នឹងបង
pool
បាទជាប់ participant បងឃើញពាក្យ pool ហើយបង
ជាប់ participant មានតែ invite មាន
បាទចុចលើ pool ហ្នឹងទៅឃើញអាសំណួរគាត់ហ្នឹងមកហើយបងអាច take បាន10សំណួរអាហ្នឹង
Excuse me, the questions number 3, 4, 5, you can select multiple answers. So if you think there are 2 answers, you can select 2.
Yeah.
From the list.
Question number 3, right?
3, 4, 5.
Okay, 3, 4, 5 in multiple choice. Okay.
Yeah, multiple.
បាទនៅក្នុងសំណួរទី 3 សំណួរទី 4 យើងអាចជ្រើសរើសចម្លើយបានច្រើនព្រោះ multiple choice អាច2ឡើងអាហ្នឹងតែ multiple
អាហ្នឹងខ្ញុំឆ្លើយតែមកសំណួរតែមួយហើយឥឡូវខ្ញុំ submit ទៅបាត់ហើយខ្ញុំខ្ញុំមិនអាច
បាទឥឡូវទៅហើយណាទៅក៏បងទៅចោះ
បាទ
យើងលឿនពេកណាយូកាយើងលឿនពេកយឺតតិចទៅ
ទុកឲ្យបងក្រោយធ្វើបានច្បាស់ជាងមុននៅអីទេយ៉ាប់ទៅ
តែយើងហើយអស់នៅ
អូខេ
បាទ
នៅទេបើទៅបើកឃើញមិញ
លើកនេះសង្ស័យប្រឡងធ្លាក់សិតតែគ្រូតែមើល
អ
Chung dương đang vô total 2 ọt thế này.
មានសំណួរមួយខ្ញុំឃើញថាមានសួរ total 2 បងដូច A ច្រឡំវា A អាហ្នឹង
ប៉ុន្តែអា multi choice អា6ហ្នឹងក៏ឆ្លើយ2បានដែរវាមាន4ផងវាមាន total 2ផងវាមាន2ឆ្លើយបានតែ2ហ្នឹង
សំណួរទី6យើងបានតែ total 2ប៉ុន្តែ A បងអាហ្នឹងព្រោះ
បាទតែ total 2 and measure for the for 3 high បាទ
3 high មាននេះ total 2 A បង
បាទ
in the plot 5ដែរ 1 per 5 1 per 20
1 per 5
150 1 លើ 5
ហ្នឹងហើយ and if you measure 3 high
1 per 5
អា8យ៉ាត់ច្រឡំឥឡូវយើងដាក់5សិនប៉ុន្តែគាត់នៅក្នុងគាត់ទៅសេ20
បង at least 20
ក៏ដាក់20
បាទហ្នឹងត្រូវហើយ at least 20
គាត់ឲ្យយើង select 20ប៉ុន្តែចិត្តត្រូវហើយ
ត្រូវយក20បងត្រូវហើយ
What is the plot size for the data collection of bamboo គេធ្វើថាណា
11 ចុចហ្នឹង
97
plot size bamboo M7 11 ចាក់ខុសអើយប្រាប់គ្នាហើយណា How many points do you
គាត់
have
ពួកអង្គុយចាប់ស្ដាប់បងហើយ
ទៅបើជាប់ទាំងអស់ហើយបើធ្លាក់ទាំងអស់នោះ
អត់មានធ្លាក់ទេជាប់អស់ហើយខ្ញុំអត់ធ្វើទេបងអើយ
Little sampling
So after 30 minutes, 30 seconds, I'm going to close. So please pause for now if you haven't finished.
Again,
ខ្ញុំរកឃើញហើយចុច submit ទៅហើយនឹងខុសត្រូវដឹងទៅហើយ
បាទតាអត់អីទេ តើគ្នាយើងចប់អស់ហើយគាត់បិទឥឡូវហើយរៀបចំបិទហើយ
Chứ ở đây nhìn submit hay ta đọc đấy
បាទតែ10ទេបង
nhận ra đây
Okay, 10 seconds.
Okay, yeah, you can close.
Okay, close
Okay.
now. Okay.共有できるの? Okay, can you see the results of the poll?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Sato going to answer the correct one.
So yeah, let's start check the answer. So yeah, please see the number 1. All of you choose the 100 meter, and so yeah, it's correct. Okay, and number 2, which form should be used for the data collection of the stamp and foreign dead wood? So yeah,
let's see.
Almost I choose the F6 form, and it's correct answer. Okay, next F3. So what size tree to be measured in the plot of radius around 22 meters.
94.
Yeah, almost person choose the above the 30 centimeters. Okay, it's correct. And the number 4, yeah, so this what size of the tree to be measured in the plot of radius around the 12 meters. So the yeah, most person choose the 15 centimeters above, and the second is so DBH above the 30 centimeters. So the correct answer is yeah, 30 centimeters above and also 50 centimeters above. So you should choose the 2 options. It's okay? そうですね。So yeah, R1 plot, please check the so DBH 30 above centimeter and also 50 centimeter like this. So you choose the 2 options in this question. And the next question number 5. What is the size of the tree to be measured in the plot of the radius 5.64? So please also see this table. So alt plot, you should measure the so above 5 centimeters. It means the 5 centimeter and 50 centimeter and also 30 centimeter above trees. We should measure. So please don't choose the above 1 centimeter. Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the next, the question number 6. Which part of tree do you measure for the tree height? Or the almost person choose the option A. And 木の位置が見えるかな、見えないですね。フィギュアは見えない。So yeah, so correct answer is option A.
Yeah. No, D.
Huh? Sorry.
You know, for question number 6, some participants they confuse because they divide
okay.
high into top high and bold high. So sometimes it's confused. The question is asked like which part of it measure the top high. It may be 100%. Yeah.
So
top height. We wanted to say top height, so everyone is correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the number 7? How many trees should be measured for the tree height in the plot? Okay, so the correct answer is 1 tree per 5 trees. This question asks the so how often. So please answer the so 20%. So it means the 1 tree per 5 tree. It's okay. Please don't choose the another options.
Yeah.
Okay. And so number 8, how many trees do you measure the trees height in a plot? At least. So at least you should measure
20.
That's right. So please don't choose the 5 trees or 10 trees like this. And then so number 9, what is the plot size for the data collection of bamboo? Its correct answer is also 11.97 radius. So it means that subplot 1, like this one. Can you see this figure? Please don't choose the 6.64. れちょっと間違えました。
No, 5%.
Sorry, sorry. I mistake again this question option. But so yeah, correct answer is so around the 12 for the cycle. And the last question, how many points do you have for data sampling? Oh yeah, we already looked that the location, yeah, like this. So we should collect the sampling for 4 points for data sampling. So correct answer is the number 4.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm going to share the results also later.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much your participation for the test examination. So we finished all agendas for today's training. Thank you very much for a long time, for your time, and also active participation, very, very appreciated. And as I mentioned, so I'm going to do a closing remark on behalf of our team. So as I mentioned, from November, we're going to field work. I hope the rain going to stop from November. Then before then, we're going to pre-inventory survey. So in the pre-inventory survey, also we do, also myself and Mr. Sato would like to join the pre-inventory. So we also recap again in the field and going to show how to use our equipment in the field. Then you can get more detail how to use it. But before then, I think you have a manual, field manual already. So please read it through it before that time. And we are hoping, our field survey results going to be very accurate. Then our investment, our time, also equipment, not to be waste for the survey. I hope that it doesn't happen. But at the same time, we have a very strong QA/QC team by FAO and also MOE FA. So we are hoping to, closely work with QA/QC team and correct our results if there's mistakes, and going to get a very fruitful result at the end of the survey. Thank you very much.
この画面に顔出し写真。
Kim Soben, do you have any comments about today's training?
From my side, I don't have any comment, and I think that is a good start for the projects. But I would like to request from you, could you share us all the UTM or GPS point in each cluster in Excel, so that I can add all the GPS point into GPS, and the team leader, and we will teach the team leader how to go direct to the GPS point by using GPS. That is one we are thinking. Yeah, we need to add all GPS point in each cluster to GPS. It's more easy for us to go direct to that point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, I think GPS going to provide our project, isn't it? So yeah, it's possible to beforehand we can share it, but at the same time, all data going to be downloaded in the new GPS also.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much for your participation. At the end, if possible, please show us your face again by pushing video button. Then we are going to close. Yeah.
Can I take the photo together on the laptop?
Bên nhóm bạn ông người nào này?
I think we have 27 people.
Audio.
Okay, please.
Okay. Kuma-san. Này.
Chơi vậy nè. Okay.
If you don't mind, after everyone showing, I'm going to take a photo of all participants. 今何人だ20今22 22 people now. I think 5 people are missing.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
Almost. Okay. So,スクリーンショットでできる。Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to take photos now, if you don't mind. I'm going to share with you. Okay.
Đã video sexy.
I done.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your participation today.
Hi.
Close.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Domo arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
町田さん、ありがとうございました。
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。小関さんにもよろしくお伝えください。
はい。
鈴鹿さんもお疲れ様でした。じゃあ、切ります。なんだっけ。バイバイ。